great conversation.
Randy asserted as factual that the Jews follow Moses.
Correct.
Please, Randy.
How is that being correct?
Randy, I will kick you the fuck out. Shut up.
What, kick me?
If you want to stay, just shut up for
It doesn't sound to me like he's capable of having a very, effective communication or a polite one.
Because you keep misrepresenting me.
I'm representing my recollection. You can give your narrative after, okay?
It's not my narrative. It's my statement.
Here's how I recall that Randy came to give the answer. You heard to the question I explained that I asked him. Randy asserted that he follows Moshe. And he says the Jews follow Moshe. And I quippily, to just get a little rhetorical point, said, no, Moses died. The Jews don't follow Moses. He died. He's dead. We don't follow dead people. We follow the living, right? He quickly corrected me and said, no, Moses isn't dead. To which I then responded with a quote from the end of the Bible saying something to the effect of, Moses
can I
died.
represent that, or are you just going to keep misrepresenting?
And then Randy explained that I had the wrong understanding as to what death is, and that Moses really continues to live, and this and that and the other. To which
are we going to have a conversation? Or
Randy, shut up. No. And then when I'm done, you can say the whole fucking thing over again.
Yeah, but you're never done.
I will be done. I'm literally about to
Is this what divorce does to you?
You know what happened. You were there.
Yeah, well, here's what happened.
Then, after I read the quote saying that Moses is dead, and he says I misunderstand what death means, and that death also means this other stuff, and there's an afterlife and all these things, I then was wondering, I was musing, hey, Randy, do you think Christians struggle with accepting the reality of death? To which he gave the answer you heard. Randy, please start
not their
now.
DNA. They're not
after I start, you're going to start blabbering again as usual. You can continue to misrepresent my positions. That's seemingly your national sport. But what I said was very, very, very super clear. And by the way, subscribe records all the things. So I don't know why you're repeating everything. Anyone can actually re-listen to it.
Rabbi, there's not an audience here that gives a fuck about recordings.
Okay. So I cannot really explain. As usual, I have to be misrepresented and then keep my mouth shut, right? That's how you guys do it? Is that how you do it? Is that what they teach you in shul?
No, I just don't think you're capable of actually going forward and having a conversation because you always go backwards like this. This is not an effective form of communication. If you want people to know what you think, just say what you're thinking.
I know. I mean, we can be disingenuous all you want. I really don't care. I'm responsible for what I say, not what you intentionally misunderstand. That's just not my responsibility. Again,
I literally just got back from the bathroom and the shower for an hour. I haven't been listening to you guys debating.
But we can have a beautiful, amazing conversation. Or we can just keep misrepresenting each other. I don't see why we need to keep doing that. So when I said that I do follow Moshe, I don't follow Mixed Dead, is what I said. Okay? Because I don't care about your specific interpretation of his words when his words are written in a very clear format such that there is no room for other interpretations. That is my statement. You may disagree with that, totally fine, but please don't misrepresent my statement, which has been made very clear. Number two would be that you insist that you follow a living one, which is you're referring to God, which I disagree that you do that, but I do believe that is what we do. However, I don't think that the dead are dead. I made it very clear that there is a difference between physical death and spiritual death. And your rabbis agree with that. So I don't know why you take it to paint crushing all Christians as a certain thing, when I'm not even coming to you with a Christian perspective. I'm telling you what your rabbis believe. It is your rabbis that believe in the death, in the resurrection after the death. It is your rabbis that believe in the physical bodily resurrection. So for you to believe that Moses is dead, that is something you should take with your rabbi. I humbly disagree with it, and that is my statement. I'm not even using a Christian paradigm.
Well, like you said, the words of the book are clear and speak for themselves, especially when it says Moses died.
Again, see, it's like I'm talking to a wall and you are unable to receive any incoming information, when I literally am telling you that you are in a direct contradiction with your rabbi.
A few diversions divergences ago. Like, at this point, it's just, like, going nowhere. You're reiterating what you feel is so
because
important.
you're behaving
To
like
me,
a
it just
woman.
looks like you're hiding from the facts.
Yeah, which is that your rabbis contradict your words.
That Moses died.
Yeah, you do believe in the resurrection of the dead, correct? Or do you disagree with all your... Okay, so then why do you think that he died?
What you have to do in order to resurrect the dead? You gotta die.
Correct, but that's physical death. Are you able, since you said English is your language, I would expect you to understand that too, especially as a lawyer. Words have meanings, right? Do you understand, I've said it 4 times already.
All my clients.
There's a distinction between well, I don't know who your clients are, Lord help them, but there's a big distinction between physical death and spiritual death. Although your body dies and your soul is separated from that body, as is the definition of physical death, your soul lives on. Hence it says Moshe was added to his people, as was Abraham and so on. He was added to Abraham's bosom. Okay? So this is the thing that the Pharisees disagreed with the Sadducees about a long time ago. We're talking a long time ago. Your rabbis agree with me, not with you. So if you want to call yourself a Jew, follow Torah. If you don't want to follow Torah, if you follow a rabbi, at least follow the rabbi. But to disagree with both the rabbis and the Torah and then blame Christians, well, I'm not even coming to you with a Christian perspective. I'm coming to you with your own alleged perspective. No, there is a life after death, hence you will be judged. That's why you need to keep Torah. Why do you keep Torah? Because someone will judge you after you die. You cannot disagree with that. How am I going to be judged if I die? That's it, is that. No, that's not what we believe. That's not what we believe.
You're saying I cannot have motivation for following the Torah other than judgment after death?
Yeah, see how you continue to misrepresent my statements.
That's what you just said. I was asking.
Yeah, that's what you choose to understand. And I made it very clear. I'm responsible for what I say, not what you intentionally misunderstand as a disingenuous cuck, respectfully. It's very clear what I said. Super clear. There's someone who judges you after you die. Hence, you follow Torah. I never said that is the only thing for you to follow Torah. I never said that.
Actually, when you say hence, that's making a causal, evidentiary relationship between the two.
It's a reason.
You are saying the reason you follow the Torah is because of the judge.
This is a major reason. This is a major reason. I never said it's the only reason. You should follow God.
You're saying
you should follow God.
That is what your statement, which is why
my God.
My question.
No, it's clearly not the reason. It's clearly not the only reason if there's the Sadducees who didn't believe in an afterlife. Because they still follow Torah. So that proves to you that that's not the only reason. So stop playing these games with me, man.
I'm not playing games. You're the one speaking about your...
Man, it's just so difficult. It's really so difficult. Stupid. You're one of the most disingenuous Jews I met. If you want to play with something, play with my balls. Don't play with scripture. So, this is so annoying and it's just so gay.
It's interesting how derailed you get, because I'm mostly poking questions at you, and you...
But you're not poking questions. You're being very disingenuous, man. No, I don't think you can trap me. I know the Torah more than you ever could.
Letting out rope and hanging yourself in more.
I'm not. It's just boring.
Which is fine. I don't care either way. We don't have to talk about this.
Man, it's just very tiring that you constantly misrepresent and you only hear what you want to hear and
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's so boring.
This conversation, I'm fine, and I can sense your discomfort. And
you're boring.
You're games. You're swearing. You are trying to high-handedly tell me how to properly follow Judaism, and that feels like an insecurity or something. And
Okay, and you can believe whatever you want.
But we can talk about anything. And you're making it so adversarial.
I'm not making it adversarial. I'm just telling you that people usually don't take kindly to you constantly misrepresenting every single thing they say. I'm not shutting up. Because you keep interrupting.
I'm asking you questions.
Yes, but I'm saying you are.
But Rabbi, do you want other people's opinions? I mean, I could say that you are very aggressive and difficult to communicate with.
Since we started talking, you've been misrepresenting. Now, you can say you're not, but I'm telling you that you are.
Well, listen, Randy, you have made clear many times that you are clearly representing yourself. What could I possibly do to add to the words you
Because again, you
That's
are
why it's
you,
pissing you off.
you
Because you feel like
still
I'm misrepresenting.
so you still assume and misrepresent. You're still assuming.
Right, you're calling misrepresenting. I'm saying I'm reframing and recharacterizing.
Okay, and I'm saying,
repeating them.
okay, but I'm telling you that's not what I said.
Like when you said Moses wasn't dead, or that resurrection.
When it's one thing, once, twice, 3 times, that is something. But when it's every step of the way, obviously you're a disingenuous son of the devil. Because I don't believe you're that retarded. Especially since English is their first language. Obviously, you're intentionally misunderstanding and misrepresenting and assuming on purpose.
Right, like,
so
what do you think the value of this content is for, like, any conversation?
Nothing. I like to talk to her.
Right, no, slow down. Stop. You said nothing. Then
I like Torah.
Because silence is way better than filling up space with bullshit. Shut the fuck up if you got nothing to say.
I have a lot to say, not to you. I'd rather talk to an actual Jew. I'd rather talk to an actual Jew who actually understands Torah and have a discussion, not someone who just is interested in misrepresentation and assumption.
You tend to leave quietly rather than throw Edmund down into the audience again.
Well, I'd rather leave loudly, actually. Me personally. So. Alright, we'll see you guys later. Have a Shabbat.
Okay, this is the neurotic Rabbi Randy McDickerson. Rabbi has arrived. Yeah, you sound to me like you're stressed out or neurotic.
No, I just am someone who loves schooling Jews when it comes to Torah. It's so beautiful.
I know, but you can't actually have a decent conversation because, you don't let people finish their sentences. You go on and on and on, and it's not effective communication. If this was public speaking, if this was a public speaking class, I would rate you like a 4 out of 10. I do believe that this app is essentially an ESL training platform for international English speakers or non-native English speakers.
It's definitely useful for that, which does spread English, which does spread democracy, which is good for America.
All right, so why don't you let me mod the room? Oh, he's not going to stick around.
No, he doesn't want to talk to me.
I think it's funny how, do you really think you're just repeating back to him what he's saying and reframing it and he can't stand it? Because I don't think you're reframing it. Maybe I'm not following the conversation close enough.
Oh, no, you were way late in the conversation. At the point where he was discussing the Mosaic Law, we were way beyond anything. The conversation was over. But he was just on tilt. He just couldn't, chill out.
Yeah, isn't the fruits of wisdom and knowledge peace? He doesn't sound to me like he has all that much peace going on in his head.
Yeah, well, he doesn't. He does seem to have submitted to this endorsement of hatred, and there are some people that do that, ideologically, and I think it's a terrible psychological decision.
Yeah, I've let go of hatred in my life. I've atoned for sins. I've asked for forgiveness on Yom Kippur from family members, from friends, from coworkers. It's like once you go clear, and you kind of absolve yourself, and it's no longer weighing on your conscience. you're free. It's a huge weight off of your burden, off of your shoulders, off of your psyche.
Mm-hmm. But it's one thing to be aware of the corrosive dangers of hate. It's very, very different to fully endorse hatred. You know?
That's why I say he's neurotic. I mean, if you think that that is viable or self-aware,
sustainable.
Yeah, it's exhausting. Welcome,
how do you
KB.
sustain something like that? It's just going to destroy the people that touch it.
Yeah, I mean, yourself first, and then others around you. I mean, you are not bringing peace and joy. You're bringing hate. So I just don't understand. He thinks he's such a learned Talmud Chacham. He's a spreader of hate.
Yeah, but that was the energy that got him to study the Torah. He was faithful first.
Yeah, that's true. It does say that in the Tanya that the greater the sinner, the greater the possibility for, I guess, goodness.
Yeah, well, to some degree, they discussed that about the power of the Yetzer Hara on that tzaddik.
Right.
That we would think, it's easy for him. He just has no desires, right? He happens to want the right stuff. Life is easy for him. And the rabbi tells us, no, that's not actually what's happening. You see them, and it looks like everything's natural, but they have a mountain of desire that they're not accessing. That's what they say.
Well, I think there's a lot of people like him. I mean, he does seem to really like the information that he's discussing. But he's one case example of people on this. He's like a lot of people on this app.
He likes the information he's discussing because he wants to hate people. I asked him why he takes an adversarial position. I said you're a bit trolly. You pick an argument that is somewhat defensible, but will be controversial. The primary things that would be controversial. I was you want people to hate you. Why do that?
I can understand trolling, but part of a good troll is it's kind of tied to enlightenment. You're trying to get people to realize that they're not in control of their emotions. Their emotions are in control of them.
Meaning the best troll is the comedian. The one that cynically dissects what you're doing in a quip to the point where the emperor is suddenly naked.
Yeah, exactly. So why doesn't he see? I think they call it the fool's journey, meaning that what is it? Aleph is the what does Aleph mean in Hebrew?
Aleph is the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet. It's also used by mathematicians to refer to different types of infinity.
Yeah, it's the infinity symbol. So
it's also notably makes no sound.
Right, it's silence, which is peace. So
it's the first letter. First letter is shut up.
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't get I kind of like Randy, but there's other times where I absolutely hate him when he goes into his why are conservatives cucks and I got to make money. And I've even heard other Palestinians throw him under the bus for that troll because it's just not funny enough,
No, I mean, I can ignore that. I've seen enough vulgar language in TV that nothing phases me. I'm a proper disaffected American youth, but it's dumb. That part I mostly try to ignore. He sometimes gets on a rant. Mostly I like Randy because he's intelligent. He says ideas that are contrary to the mainstream, which is always useful, right? It could be an idiot, but if he's forming a cogent argument against the status quo, that's worthy of investigation, in my opinion. And he's smart to boot. He doesn't have the worst ideas in his critiques. But I can always enjoy being with Randy because he's a cartoon character. He says the same dumb shit in the same emotional, flamboyant way. He's a fucking cartoon. It's literally watching cartoons. Except I can interact. Arguing with Bugs Bunny.
I mean, he's also a Palestinian, supposedly. So, allegedly. I mean, the thing is, he's this Greek Orthodox Christian. I never hear him really get into Gnosticism or the Hermetic tradition, but I've never heard him discuss that. Anyways, I'm just saying, like, I think you two are a very good, interesting sparring partners, and it's just a shame that he doesn't.
It
Yeah.
involves because he's so emotional, right? And like, I poke fun, and I get sensitive. You can allow me the conceit of poking fun at a Christian that can't come to terms with death in my year of mourning over the loss of my father.
Well, I mean, sorry, I know it's very.
So it devolves, and I'm just, I'm quippy. I don't devolve the way Randy does. Randy goes into a rant. I go into a rant when I'm in a good mood and I have like a good idea I'm working out. When like it's unproductive conversation, I'm gonna downshift into listening because it's a fun show, and you can affect the show with a couple of quips. So just different types of listening.
I mean, I like asking Christians, like questions about Jesus, meaning that I think he was just like a mystic, a Kabbalist who probably smoked weed and took it all literally and declared himself the Mashiach, the Messiah. But I don't see why so many hardcore Christians can't see like an esoteric aspect of Jesus or Judaism and say,
Here's one thing that you should realize. Whatever deep meaning you glean from the writings of religions, that is not at all what the religious are doing in the performance of their religion. Those are the ideas behind like the teachers and the ancestors of the people who are performing the religion. The performance of the religion is that. And that's the real experience of the religion. You want to know what it's like to be a Christian? Join the Christians. Hang out with Christians.
No, but it goes back to what you said earlier, that even in law, it's performative. So why can't Christians understand that Christ or Jesus was being performative?
I don't know.
I mean, he did it better than anybody. He literally committed seppuku. He put himself to the knife to essentially try to be the best at being, the mystic. I mean, he literally turned the world upside down, supposedly.
If we take as fully accurate, let's say the rabble-rousing, the opposition against both the state of the Jews and the state of the Romans, the brutal murder by the Romans of this kid at his own behest, right? Let's say he knows it's happening, he wants it to happen. He genuinely believes this will be a glorious, miraculous salvation of all the people, right? And that happens, right? In that he dies. And the world goes on a few days later. That story alone is compelling. And with the writings available and the ideologies and the politics, there is a narrative there. Like, I don't know, people were trying to craft different things, so it's trying to develop them different ways. The mere facts, right? Literally, that stupid, boring investigative report is like, did this guy come back from the dead? We sent this guy, and he said, I don't know, right? All that was the stupid fucking journalism. And the New Testament is the journalism of a story they felt had to be told and had to fit whatever like prism of the many weird, crazy ideologies in early Judaism. They thought it had to be this. And then it grew and evolved into whatever Christianity was. You could say it's the will of God. To me, it just looks mostly like a mess.
Yeah, but in terms of overthrowing the Roman government, I mean, I wouldn't say it overthrew the Roman government, but it like turned it upside down in a certain way because they dropped all their former practices and said, this Jewish guy is the new thing. And everyone adopted it politically, religiously, etc. So in many ways, he was super effective in his troll. It's like the most effective LARP and troll ever carried out by anyone, because to this day, there's 1 billion people that declare he's the absolute truth. So it's unbelievable what he has achieved. He's a very successful, comedian.
I don't think so.
I mean,
you're saying like Life of Brett.
Yeah, Life of Brian is a very good depiction. Like, that's a very smart movie. I mean, they even had the
It
whole,
is a very smart movie.
yeah,
It's a great movie.
they even had the whole gestation thing with the trans. I mean, that was like way before ahead of its time.
Yeah, they threw in a lot of deep cuts.
Where are you gonna gestate the baby? I know I've been to Jordan. I know Jordanians, and I like them, but they're also, I would say, bigoted and racist, and
No, if anything, I'd say Christianity is a curse to Jesus' name. Right? Like, think about what that kid was campaigning for while he was alive, if we accept all of the facts. That's not anything like Christianity. Just not. In any of its forms. Like, it's just not his model. I don't think his model would work. I think Christianity is harmful and dangerous. But I think that Christianity is the curse that has to hang on his head.
well, despite what Randy
Like,
says,
if you
he's
were to
dead.
ask me what the rabbis meant when they said that Jesus is roiling in feces over boiling feces eternally, they were talking about the Christians. They were saying that that is the merit to his actions. That's what they led to. And when they say boiling feces, that's their opinion of Christianity.
Well,
and they're saying that that's what the poor kid is dealing with in the underworld.
Well, the
because
Buddha,
of how he made his choices.
well, the Buddha. I mean, the Buddhists say that the Buddha is a dried turd, meaning that you are the Buddha. So, like, if you want to say that he is in a pot of shit, I mean, you could say that his actions, yeah, his actions resulted in his horrific death. So, I mean, it's a literal comment or critique on his decision making. This, it's like the expression, how did that fish get on that wall there? It opened its mouth. Christ.
No, meaning they're doing their assessment from a simple evaluation. Assume for a moment you were judging the merits and demerits of the world. You looked at the Christianity and what effect it's had on the Russians, on the Balkans, on the Germans, on the French, on the English, on the Americans. You look at all of that and you see, is their ideology improving them more but they didn't have this Christianity? Would they be better if they were with their original ideologies, some of the other ideologies available, or they've got Christianity? And I'm saying that of necessity, if he plants the flag as the moral center of all of Christianity, then all of the literal shit that they're guilty of is literally on his head. That's what the rabbis are saying.
I know, but what is it? The Council of Nicaea.
Because it's hot. Do you know how hot it is when it's fresh?
But
that's why it's
don't you think, though, that the Romans, by adopting Christianity, they were admitting, okay, maybe we've been pretty immoral. Maybe slavery, maybe all these pagan, insane rituals and this whole lifestyle we need to update it. So they utilized
I don't think Constantine was really doing that, but you'd have to look into the particulars, like what kinds of reforms were really effective, right? Like, that's a story I always like about Valentine's Day, right? People say like, oh, it's a Christian day. Like, Christian of what though? Some guy that was like secretly marrying Christians against the law. That's like a cool thing. And like, there's weird innovations that they did. I don't want to discredit it. I'm just saying that in terms of what they accepted as being truly under their brand, it's a mountain of feces on top of their deity.
I know, but the problem is, by saying mountain of feces, you're creating a lot of negative neurolinguistic programming with that terminology. So there has to be some kind of esoteric meaning. That's why I brought up the Buddha as a dried turd. Because when
what do they mean by the excrement per se?
Not per se, but meaning that in the conversation, it's going to create a lot of emotional animosity with somebody. So it's like testing somebody. Just how Christian are you?
Okay, I hear you. But I'd say that the excrement is, A, something that is repulsive, something that people don't want. B, it's something that humans produce. Granted, all animals, but it's a production. So it's a thing that's a part of us, but we want very far removed from us. And it's saying that because of his messaging, somehow he's producing this wasteful byproduct, this thing that no one would want to touch. So all I'm trying to elaborate on the feces that I think is upon him is the conflict between the fulfillment of his words as performed by his church and the apparent goals of the kid. It's extra and oppositional. It's the opposite of what he would want. And it is, by definition, because of their worship, on his head.
Yeah, I think a lot of Christians, in America or around the world would probably say the exact same thing and agree with you 100%. I mean,
more than that, within the religion, they literally say their sins are on his head. Like, the truth is, it shouldn't be controversial for the Jews to say that he's whirling in feces. The Christians are saying he's whirling in sin.
what do you mean the Christians say he's rolling in sin? Like, what is that?
Meaning, right, a friend of mine had this quip. He says, I sinned today because if you don't sin, Jesus died for nothing. Right? Their theology, their moralistic framework, right, the mechanics of it, offset their sins onto the deity because the deity's in their heart. Which means the sins go somewhere, right? There's a swapperoo. They didn't do the death to redeem sin. He did that. They go on his head. He gets the thorny crown. He gets the blood and the stigmata and all the Catholic imagery. They degrade their God as a form of worship. That's their story. The rabbis are highlighting it.
I think it'd be kind of funny, if we were to retitle this "The Secret Teachings of Jesus Christ."
Because it's similar to a different type of idolatry. There was an idolatry, Baal Peor, which was known as, the way it was you defecate on the statue. That was the form of worship. And there's a funny Talmud story about a guy that saw people worshiping idolatry and hated it so much. He's like, I'm going to make fun of them. He throws rocks at them, but he didn't know that was how they worship idolatry, so they cheered him on. And he's like, oh, okay. So then he tried to hit it with sticks, and he didn't know that was part of their idolatry, so they cheered him on. And then he takes a poop on it. He didn't know that was part of their idolatry, so they cheered him on. Point being, Baal Peor, they did poop on them. That was their style. And there's thought put into why was that their form of worship. The rabbis have tons of laws about specifically those people, and they're like, why would they do that? How is that? Their theory is that it was similar to Hellenism, which glorifies man. It is a degradation of the deity for a freeing of the human. So to them, it sure has some sacred narrative value, but that's the psychological assessment from the rabbis. They want to degrade the deity. When they see another deity that is being degraded in its essence, right? My God is great because he died miserably and alone, hated by everyone, with thorns on his head. When you are worshiping the degradation of the deity, you're just backhandedly trying to benefit yourself. You're just trying to say, I'm not that, and all my refuse goes on to the God. Which is why when the rabbis see a thorny, bloodied up God that the Christians are bowing to, they see a mountain of shit on his head.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not literal.
No, it's not literal.
So that's the problem is, you hear people in these rooms saying exactly what you're saying, and it really upsets people. It's like saying Muhammad is a pedophile, and it's dangerous, That's why I say I think it's important to maybe try to transcend.
Or how about this as an alternative theory? You want to get conspiracy about it? What if they were hinting at something? Roiling in feces. There were sewers. It's not impossible that there were somewhere rivers of feces. And the feces got to go somewhere. So maybe he was put into a Roman aqueduct that carried away waste.
Yeah, there's also something I saw on the internet recently. It says that in Tibet, in some Buddhist ancient, very old book, I guess 2,000 years old or whatever, it says that somebody named Yashua or something, somebody showed up and studied in Tibet and went back to their homeland with the Buddhist knowledge. I don't know if there's any truth in that, but I hear that often floated as a theory for, you know, Christ's enlightenment.
Yeah, I hear he made it to the Americas too.
Well, didn't you know he was indigenous? He was born in Chicago.
Yeah, where's their holy land again? Is it Jackson Hole, Mississippi, or something?
No, Manhattan Beach, California.
No, the Mormons.
Oh, Salt Lake City.
No, Salt Lake City is like their capital and everything, but like they have, I think this is like a different one.
Oh yeah. In Illinois, that's where they believe. I guess Jesus is going to come back in their original town in Illinois.
Right, but not New York, where Smith came from.
No, I think it's like in the prophecy, it's in Illinois or something. But that story is really interesting. It's really far out, It's really far out, like what they were doing and what happened to them. Like they literally.
Crazy time. There are other cults, many cults that have popped up in America over the years.
You could say any major corporation.
Is the most successful.
I think you could say any major corporation or any organization technically has the same fundamental organizational structure of a cult.
If they are managed well, yes, because they are organizations of people. That's why they talk about corporate culture.
Yeah, I think Scientology is like a perfect example of like a fairly well executed organizational cult. It's kind of funny how you can take a cult and if you run it like a business, you can almost ensure its perpetual survival. Like the Vatican is essentially, I don't know if it's like the last vestige of the Roman Empire, the Byzantines or whatever, but the fact.
It's complicated to say who the hell the Romans are nowadays.
Well, what I'm saying is the fact that the Pope, that it's never going to die out because there's always going to be a Pope. Like, when Trump gave his address, they said who the like last survivor is, or what was that name of that TV show where in the event that Congress gets struck with like a bomb and everybody dies, there's the sole survivor. Like, fuck, the Vatican, there's always going to be a new Pope. It doesn't matter if he gets assassinated. It's just going to keep going. So that conclave, it's like they figured out a perpetual, automation of their organization.
I don't know. How do they make money over the years?
Are you serious? It's just like it's like your average
street donations all the way to the top.
No, a lot of people when they die, they leave their estate to the church. Their whole life was invested. Right. Yeah, it's a big amount of money. Look at all these big machers that run Chabads. Many of their congregants leave their entire to the rabbi.
I've seen that. Why do people so?
Because they're invested. Their family, like they love it. It's their life.
Right, I hear you. There's also probably some skillful manipulating people into doing that within the organizations.
But it's a good thing. I mean, because if I've been to Chabad, like it's a pretty clean operation for the most part. I just found it impressive that they have so many children, and they're so well. Their disposition has always amazed me. I have seen their kids doing the most obnoxious things in the world, and they don't even bat an eye. They just sit there and keep davening and reading as if their kid is not, destroying the living room. And you're just like, wow, like, I really like your attitude.
Well, you have enough kids. You learn to not get phased.
KB, what up? Did you want to say anything, or are you just enjoying the ASMR as you fall asleep? Okay, everybody, this has been another exciting episode of the Neurotic Rabbi Randy McDickerson. I'm usually listening to Adrian Dittman at this time on X. He's probably high on ketamine right now, screaming about, the glowing orb or something. We can check. I wouldn't be surprised. Never mind, he has blocked me. You have been blocked. Adrian Dittman has blocked you. I don't think he went live tonight. Holy shit, he's tweeting a lot of weird stuff. He wrote, "The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb." He also wrote, "The loss of life most close and dear brings the pain of finality to bear on a reality of loss. The loss, never forgotten, yields dread and grief that will make way for cherished memories, even though its scars remain." Then he posted Trump's message to Hamas. Holy shit. Your mom was so fat, she sat in a binary tree, flattened into a linked list times 0.01. Therapy, what's that? I go to archangels with all my problems. So I'm telling you, Dittman thinks he's like a mystic. Elon has embraced mysticism. It's very interesting. It would be like a really good essay or a post to like go into the mysticism of Elon Musk. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this room. Hope you have a great night and you all sleep tight. Talk to you soon. Bye.
That's a good
It's about the number of words per second.
Okay, everyone.
It's okay to be suicidal at this time.
There's being such like haters right now. They're fucking crazy. You call me suicidal.
I'm telling you. I'm literally telling you. I love your lifestyle.
You're like, oh, Rose, you talk too much. You're too loud. You're always talking
It's
about
okay to be
masturbation.
suicidal.
You're always about communication.
I love you like my. He doesn't get it, right? He doesn't get it.
You love me like your inner thigh. I know. Like you told me that before.
Why are you talking about my inner thigh?
Because I talked my balls to your inner thigh.
My balls are not on my inner thigh. My balls are not. I have very small balls.
I'm so good at stuff that you didn't even fucking expect that motherfucker. That's why you're not the best rabbi. You're a good rabbi.
Well, that's why he's
Yeah,
fired
I'm
you.
honest.
But you'll never be the best rabbi. You'll never be.
That's why
You're good. You're good though. You're good. But there's a few better than you.
Let's get some schwang.
They are the black cloaked rabbis of the inner circle of the. Okay, I'll shut up. Okay, I'm done. No, I'll shut.
Motherfucker, how much did you drink?
Oh my god, you removed him.
What's Rabbi Randy going on about? I've listened to him in the other room, and I'm not impressed, Rabbi Randy.
I know, it's giving Tate McRae.
I think it's an English language barrier. He thinks he's proficient in the English language, but I just don't think he's actually as proficient as he thinks he is.
Well, why don't you teach him since you're so smart?
Okay, Rabbi, what is a conjunctive adverb versus a conjunctive adjective?
So basically, you're asking me the difference between an adjective and an adverb.
Correct.
Amazing. That's totally amazing.
Conjunction. What's your function?
What's your malfunction? Rabbi, I do have a question for you.
How are we wasting our time today?
Ooh, period is here. Period will help us waste our time.
Who's period?
Period is the guy from that movie, the Jerusalem movie.
Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah. How do you view that movie, Rabbi, in today's context with Israel and Gaza?
It has nothing to do with today's context. That movie is horrible because it really butchers the history. It actually butchers the history.
Really? What was the
So
butcher?
inaccurate. For example, King Baldwin IV, which is the leper king in this guy's picture. He didn't really want peace with the Muslims. Neither did the Muslims want peace with the Kingdom of Jerusalem. So the movie makes it seem like they want peace, it's just that their followers don't. In reality, it's the total opposite. So that's just an example for you.
Is that conjunction adverb?
Yes, it is.
What is an onomatopoeia, Rabbi?
Onomatopoeia is a word with a different
Rabbi,
describe. What do you are you sound? Are the
Okay,
same.
Ryan, we know you're an English speaker, but
What did you say?
this is not for you.
I was wondering if you're religious.
Yeah, I'm hyper-religious.
You're hyper-religious. What kind of hyper-religious are you?
Like he
religious
fucks
as-
nuns.
Yeah. That's blasphemous. Yeah, these are very unholy people, period, but I have to sit with these people because it just is what it is.
Rabbi, you were just talking about balls.
Rabbi, that's what Jesus did. He hung out with prostitutes and gamblers and drunkards and tax
Rabbi,
collectors.
what kind of religious are you? I just wanted to know.
Well, what do you mean by that? Like, what kind of religious am I?
Okay. Spirit says, why did they take your underwear?
I studied
Okay.
the Midrash.
Why did they
I studied
take
the
your
Torah,
underwear?
I studied everything.
So you're Jewish?
No, oh fuck no.
Why? What's wrong with Jewish people? They're not my ass Muslim.
Depends who you ask. Do you want my honest opinion or do you want my politically correct opinion?
You can give me your honest opinion. I value the truth over political correctness. Careful,
If you want my honest opinion, my actual honest opinion, I think they're modern day niggers.
Oh wow, that's an interesting take.
Yeah, I do believe that.
So are you Muslim?
No, fuck no. Fuck no. White man? Come on, man.
Just behaves like one.
What are you doing?
Lisa.
You know what, period? I'm going to ask you this question. What do you think is my honest opinion about the Muslims?
I don't know. I'm kind of done with you now because I asked you a couple of times what kind of religion are you, what kind of hyper religious are you, and you won't tell me. So I'm kind of.
But you know my honest opinion about the Jews. What do you think my honest opinion about the Muslim?
I'm sorry. I kind of don't care anymore.
Okay, well, you don't have.
Damn, that's a one-upmanship if I've ever seen one.
I don't know why you care to begin with. Doesn't matter. It don't matter.
Oh my God, KB and Volley.
To me, you just.
The gang's all here.
Esau, what the fuck? Hello, KB.
It's just like the good old days, everybody. It was like when we were living in the bunker fighting the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, but can we destroy Rabbi and kill him? Because we're over him. KB, you're back. Kill him.
They've killed me a million times. I've been killed 22 times on this app.
Oh my God.
Why do you
If
have
there's,
the
like,
Israeli
another
flag
bomb,
now
it would
behind
be
you?
first.
Oh, because I am trolling some Palestinians. That's how it's done.
Why don't you tell this poor man your religion?
Esau, how's your
That's
dating
what
life?
I
Did we
really
get a boyfriend yet? Because I haven't had one yet.
No.
Damn, okay, we're in the same boat. Okay, good. Phew. Okay, we still have time.
You're silly.
What are you talking about, Valerie? You're not in the same boat. You already have a child.
No, I'm dying every
true.
day.
That's true. Darius is here.
That's right.
I mean, I meet a lot of women on these dating apps that have children, and as soon as I find out they have a child, they immediately go from being like a 7 to a 2.
Yeah, exactly.
total opposite. What are you talking about?
Exactly. I'm a fucking -1, while Issa's
Well,
like an
no.
8. Okay. So
What?
shit.
No, I'm not.
This is
I am
I
old.
mean,
I'm
he
like a
sounds a
two.
little bit because of Thomas and his teeth, but it's okay. We bad.
I'm like a 2, Rally. I don't have the age
Look at
anymore.
them. Look at them all acting like they're humble.
Yeah. Because
Rabbi, say that.
Oh, I cannot save you. Why do you think I can save you?
Is that because your balls are tucked into your thighs?
No, but it is cold, and indeed they do spring.
Oh my god, he's definitely Harvey Weinstein. Somebody
What
else.
do you think Rabbi is? Do you think he's like a 5?
I'm a solid 7.
No, he's not even in his country. He doesn't even have citizens
How about
in
you
that
rate yourself?
country. Like, it's just getting worse by the minute.
Because everybody says that they're a 7. So like,
I do believe I am a solid
Are you a
7.
citizen of the
says that
country
they're
you live in,
sevens.
Rabbi?
You sound like a 2.
Oh, you do think? Well, that's interesting.
Mr. Emma.
Have you heard other people say that they're 7? Is that a thing?
Everybody on average does. Everybody thinks they're average. 7's about average.
No, not everybody.
No.
Ugly people
Are you
think
a
they're like
Muslim,
above.
Mr. Man?
No, I think
that's
average
how
is 5.
average works. I think average is 5, yeah.
5. Yeah, I think so too. I think average 5.
Do you... Are you a Muslim, Mr. Man?
I mean, 7 is average plus, medium plus, medium plus. Or supreme minus. You can, anyways.
Well, average is not 5. It depends
Yes, it is.
on where the rest of the world is. No.
Okay, but why are you assuming, like, when you say the average is 7, that means the average is higher than the median, which means that...
No,
That
it just
means
means
most
that
people are
that
ugly.
everybody scores higher than 5, and so if the standard is kind of like 7, then the average will be 7. It doesn't
No,
have
but
to
in
be.
a standard, yeah, Habibi, in a standard between 1 and 10, the median is 5. Do you agree?
Of course, the medium. And if
Okay,
you
so do you agree? So do you
but
agree?
not
if
the
average
average.
is 7?
It's
Wait,
not
did you ask me what I thought I was?
She just doesn't get it. Do you agree that if 7 is the average, that then must mean that the average is higher than the median?
Did you ask me
Correct,
what
yes.
mine was?
That
So
means
do you
that
understand? So do you understand that if the average is
Ryan,
higher than the
what's
median,
yours?
that means there's a Q in that, like it's not a normal
oh
distribution.
my god, I understand math, but the average is not always 5.
Not only are you a woman, but you're also a conservative. You don't understand that.
Now, I thought the average was 3.5 inches.
Austin, you're gay. You keep it
No,
pretending you're
well,
not.
no.
You are.
Dude, I'm not gay.
Why are you laughing, Ryan? No, Austin's not gay. He's just drunk. Why are you laughing, Ryan?
Anyway, I want to know, Mr. Dot, how shall I call you?
Shall I call you Mister?
Shall I call you Mr. Dot?
You can call me anything you want.
Period.
Okay, are you a Muslim, Mr. Dot?
Obviously, he's not a Muslim. Obviously, he's a Catholic.
Like shit.
I don't know if it's obvious to you. I have just met him for 2
It is
minutes.
hyper obvious that he's a Catholic.
I have met him for 2 minutes. I don't know what he is.
Yeah, but from his letters,
He's an
you know,
Israeli Catholic.
it's
I
obviously
just
that.
wondered why Rabbi.
Can you let him answer?
Like he's getting really catty. I don't understand the behavior.
What's the behavior that you detect that you don't understand?
You're acting like a young teenage girl.
Yeah.
I'm like a young kid, but you're the one in your feelings like a woman. Obviously, you're a Catholic if you have that
You
PTR.
shouldn't judge yourself and be a man and stop doing that.
But you should stop being a woman, otherwise I'll dip my balls in your mouth. Because I like to do that.
It's homosexual. Well, thank you.
It is. I am homosexual for you, so I tell you what, next time I come to you, King Godwin, I'm gonna fuck you up the ass. How about that?
Yeah.
That's right.
You should keep that to yourself.
No, I'll give you.
I
I'll give you what is mine. But look, there's the most unattractive trait is to be a beta cuck of a simp. I'm just letting you know. The worst thing you can be is a beta cuck of a simp. I'm just sorry. This is the truth. I love you like my child.
Are you done now?
You can't love me like your child.
Almost, if I can. If I can love you like my child.
I love you, Rabbi.
I love you too, Ryan. No homo.
I love you, Rabbi.
Oh, is this a reconciliation?
No, he didn't solve the puzzle yet. I love you too, Austin. No homo.
Thank you, no.
You don't have to say no homo after saying thank you to a man.
Thank you, no.
I'll take it, but I'm just saying you don't have to say no homo after saying thank you to a man. You only have to
So
say
what were you guys discussing before Rabbi was drawing all of this attention to himself like a young teenage girl? Was you guys discussing something interesting?
I don't know. Were you guys discussing something interesting before this beta Papa Beta boy came up here getting touchy-feely because he's trying to sell and it didn't work out?
We were learning about the touch balls of beta boys.
Oh jeez.
Oh,
lordy.
well, I don't think this beta boy got his balls touched. Unless
Yeah,
it was
that's why I
like-
wanted to know so I could touch it.
Oh boy, I'm not sure he's interested.
Who is touching who?
Well, ain't nobody touching
We're gonna
you,
have
I can tell you that.
We're gonna need a diet.
Not at the very
No,
moment.
no,
Sounds hella gay.
Yeah,
We're gonna need to
no,
draw
hey,
lines.
Homosexuals need to die.
Homosexuals.
Any gays need to die.
Also Mohammed
Oh my
because
god,
he
does
was a
that mean your dad
pedophile.
is dead?
I agree,
What do you talk about
Muhammad.
Daniel?
Oh my god, his
What do you
daddy
talk
is
about
gay and died.
Daniel the prophet.
No, Daniel. No, not Daniel. I know you don't like Daniel the Prophet. I'm talking about Daniel the Jew on Clubhouse.
I don't
What
know.
happened with Daniel?
I love Daniel the prophet. Gee, would
Well,
you
I
say
would
you're
take
of the
I would take your
Hebrew
word for it.
persuasion?
Daniel
Why don't
has
you say
turned
I wouldn't like
into
Daniel
the,
the prophet?
Jewish Adams.
No, not that. I'm talking
Oh,
about man.
no.
I'm talking about the
Yeah.
German guy.
I know exactly who you're talking about. That's who I'm talking about too.
You don't call Daniel.
No, Daniel doesn't drink like Adams.
Adams doesn't. I didn't know that Adams drinks, but he's
Well, he's all the time. He's all the time.
loud like Adams
Well, how do you think he loud mics so loud?
because he gets in his.
No, that's called vodka. That's called vodka.
Is
No,
he black?
no, it's called a $29
It's like I'll write it in the chat.
pair of headphones.
Your mic is made
Something
and
else.
Mine. That's because I have the phone up to my head like I'm on the phone. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Full dosage radiation.
Yeah, just hold the phone up to your ear. Like
Maybe that's what gave you the seizure, Ryan.
This isn't how I get.
Were you holding the phone up to your head before the seizure?
No,
Yitzhak,
I
check the
was.
chat. Yitzhak, check the chat.
I just want to know, is Rabbi a real rabbi?
I don't know about that.
Just make sure that you lock your screen so that you're not touching a bunch of things.
Also, remember, Daniel is not a religious Jew.
He's
Yeah, but he
he's
believes
gay.
that, he believes that homosexuality doesn't violate the Torah. And I had to explain.
How doesn't it violate when
This
it
is
says
not a
that a
religious
man sleeps with
person.
another man? Wait. How doesn't it violate when it says a man sleeps with another man? They should be put to death.
I
So,
know, I have to talk
Rabbi,
to him
do you think that,
Isabel.
do you think that Ryan violates the Torah?
All the time.
I had to fight with him for 30 minutes.
Yeah, Ryan, and we love that you violated.
You need to talk to him, Yitzhak.
Yeah, he's not a religious person.
Yes,
So
too
not
much
being a religious person is one thing. Claiming that
Yeah,
homosexuality
Zelensky
doesn't
violates
violate
the
Torah
Torah
is
all
another
the
thing.
fucking time. That's
You violate the Torah, Randy.
I do violate the Torah. I'm not claiming that my actions don't violate. You don't have to understand what I'm saying. If he's not a religious Jew, that's fine. But if he's saying that homosexuality
I get it in
violates
principle.
But then why are you having an opinion on religion?
Austin, are you drunk?
Opinion. Yes, of course he is.
You, me?
Of course he is.
Oh,
You need to talk to him. You need to talk to him.
I come across
Austin,
him.
why would you drink your life away?
Well, I never said I was drinking my life away.
You are if you're eating every day. You're putting
What's up, you guys?
Anyway, so what?
in your body every day, and you're gonna die faster, and then we have to fucking get you out because of healthcare, you stupid fuck. I don't want to pay for you.
I pay for my own health insurance.
No.
Valley, you don't even pay taxes anyways. You're fucking working off the books, you little fucking liar.
No, thank God. And you know what? I saw a video of them talking about insurance companies, and guess what, motherfucker? I was like, oh, I'm glad I'm not part of that shithole. Damn.
Don't quit your day job in the kitchen,
Some of us
Valley.
are smarter, okay, bitch, than getting our health insurance because we need to pay $2,000 more than we're supposed to on regular if we didn't have health insurance, bitch.
I pay $1,300 a month into my healthcare plan.
That's
Jesus. That's like a whole rent for an apartment.
Yep.
And then when something bad happens, you still have to pay out.
Oh, Molly Valley!
$60 every 2 weeks, and now I haven't seen what Cobra's gonna be.
Oh, you lost your job, Ryan?
Ryan's on Obamacare.
Why did you lose your job?
Oh, you got fired?
Because what?
Wait, when did you lose it? Was that recent?
Last week.
Oh, that's so sad.
Well, just subscribe to Cobra Tate.
Clubhouse too much,
Subscribe to Cobra Tate on X, Ryan, if you don't get the Cobra insurance
You should
policy.
have followed my lead. I went off into Clubhouse.
I'll tell you later, but
Were you sucking his dick?
I wasn't.
Oh.
Again.
You probably could have kept the job if you would have sucked.
Yeah, everything is fake and gay.
Everything is faking gay, but like, why you don't want to talk about it?
Ryan, I would be so depressed too.
Not on recording.
Ryan, don't feel depressed. You're gonna get another job. One door closes, another door opens. You're gonna get a job.
That's how I feel, actually, but yeah.
With this
Jobs are very common, but finding a job that you actually like is not common.
Well, why can't you find a job whether you like it or not? Fucking faggot.
Yeah, bitch.
Are you talking to now?
Look at you, bitch.
Instead of being a dependent bitch and actually sucking the living shit out of the welfare system because you chose to get psyoped and go to Iraq and we didn't even go, but you claim to be a veteran and you make a lot of money from the government because you are, what do you do then instead of getting a nice job?
Thank you, taxpayers.
I agree.
Can I have another? Ryan, can you go back to work so you can keep paying for me? Thanks.
Shit. Wasting everybody's damn time. Because I'm doing the same thing you're doing.
I don't know how many more quarters I have to work, but soon I'll be eligible for Social Security.
Soon to be eligible for Social Security. What are you talking about?
In America, you have to work 40 quarters or something like that.
Oh, you're gonna try to get on disability?
Yeah, before you're eligible for.
Yeah.
So, Randy, if I never worked in my life, I would not.
Man, so can you just kick this nigger so that we can talk? Just kick him so you can tell us a story.
I'll come back. I'll come back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
If they let another country put bases there, it wouldn't be justified?
No.
Why?
Okay, why wouldn't it be justified? Okay, I'll tell you why. Trump wants to pull out of Canada.
NATO?
No, Trump wants to pull out of Canada. Trump doesn't want to protect Trump. Okay, the reason why Trump has an issue with Canada now is because we're protecting Canada, and he doesn't feel like we're getting enough from them.
Yeah, he wants more money to protect them.
Okay, so AKA, I send 10 guards to guard your house out here, and I feel like you're not giving me enough resources. We're getting a lot from Canada. That's the thing. Don't get, see, if you get wrapped up in what Trump says, you're going to believe it. We're getting...
The average that most people have. Oh my God.
You didn't finish it yet?
No.
Because they need to buy a ticket for چهارشنبه
This is a kind of concert. یادم دیجی میجی میاد و این داستان. چی پشما؟
That's actually so stupid. I mean, Pioneers the people/app.org.
آفرین. I think so.
Okay.
Send the link in the group chat که منم ببینم. حسنم سر رفته. I want to do something. من واقعا میخوام بیام.
بیا.
Okay.
Can you not yell? Fuck.
Brian, check your snap.
Okay, hold on.
من تو گروه دوستان گروه بستم. کجا برم؟ آی بابا.
من تازه بریک اپ کردم.
عزیزم بیا اونجا پر از پسره. پر پسر دم بخت که اومدم دخترها رو ببینم.
ببین پسرها چیزن یا گی هن یا
کجا؟
ونکوور.
حالا توی این کالیفرنیا و هرچی هستن همه بکندن رو هستن. پسر سنتی
ببین هرچی باشه از ونکوور نگذره.
تموم شده رفت. آشا بیا.
یو دیدی مثلا با یکی حال کردم موف کردم آمریکا.
تموم شده رفت. چی هست؟
دلم برد خیلی تنگ شده.
اینا کی هم؟ بابا اینا کی هم میان اینجا؟ باشی موف کن اینا رو.
I live in Tehrangeles on Westwood. Why did they kick me?
Because you're supposed to.
It's not that there are only 6 seconds between each call. Let me tell you. Okay, so you pick up the phone. What? You do your thing, then you hang up, and you're either already ready for another call, or you're in something called after call work, which is where you're not able to receive a call, whether there's a call or not. Waiting, you're not in a state to receive a call. And most people shut the fuck up, because we're not even. It doesn't even matter whether there's a person on the line or not. Okay. I'm not ready. I'm not in the ready stage, which is ready for a call, which means I could be sitting there and there's no one on the other end for 45 minutes, but I'm ready for a call. What do you mean? How do they know that? Because because I'm either in a state where I can accept a call or not. It's like having a fucking a gas pump or like an airplane, a landing strip or something that's available to receive. I wasn't available to receive. They can tell whether I'm available or not available. Right. So after your call, what do you mean? How? I'm trying to tell you. So after your call, I just want to know the mechanism. So after your call, then you're no longer able to take a call unless you say, okay, I'm able to take a call now, basically. Right. Okay. So I would say no, I'm not able to take a call. I would say no, I'm not able to take a call for about 30 seconds, a minute and a half on average. They do. That's all the time it takes. Honestly, 30 seconds isn't that bad. It isn't that bad, especially if my calls were only a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Everyone else's calls are 4 minutes on average. Oh, that is something. No, hold on. That is something. If the call is 1 minute, it happens like 1 minute.
Your response is correct.
If I take the call and add that to the time then at the next call, there's another minute and a half plus, and it's still within the hour, I've taken more calls. Right. No matter how many breaks I've taken. I know it doesn't solve problems in 1 minute and a half. Knowing this motherfucker, you're probably getting. No, literally I do, because
Here is how you can save.
It only takes about 3 seconds to get somebody saying they've already identified themselves on and they're saying something. They'll ask some dumb ass questions. You're right.
my girl. So I would read it for them. I was very efficient at doing that shit for people. And so I felt like, okay, if I'm below average on that, so add it together, it doesn't matter.
Well, you know what I like about you, Ryan? Is that you take this up for accountability. You're not saying, but I'm not. You come with humility and you accept that you're trying to cheat the system, and so they said, fuck you. Like this motherfucker. But now you know, the next time you want to cheat the system, make sure that they get the game. With my dad. That's what I do.
It's gonna be slippery right there.
No, I hacked his account and lied to him. I am also a woman. He's also right.
This guy had no views, no hoes, and no money. He made one short using my song, and now he can't help but break $1 billion every single short.
Playing as a rabbi.
No, I am a rabbi.
What are you, Ray? Are you a Muslim?
I'm agnostic.
That's another thing. So, what are you? What were you raised as? Were you raised as a Muslim? With the five people, he's almost a Muslim, just like you are. You come from the side.
That's right. I'm just telling you, it also has that.
So it gets that from his podcast.
I'm not that much.
I could ask if I could buy
Oh my God. No. Why do you have noise photo on it?
So we go look into Shabbat. Then we go to the Talmud. Check Shabbat 73a. you will find a lot of things about it. You'll find basically the arrow is designated as a private domain. So that wouldn't be an issue if it is indeed private. But how is it private if most of the people in it are not even Jews? So based on that, I'm telling him that this is not an arrow because it's not private. So you calling it an arrow is wrong according to the teachings. So like that's basically that discussion. Everyone who interacts with these places will actually have to
Are you gay?
No, I'm just kidding. We fucking hung gays on the trees here.
Oh my
Yeah.
Did you want to talk that out?
Well, just now in the third person, I heard that Rabbi is not homosexual. I don't know him that well, but he.
Same shit.
Like no one you know, like most of the time, you know, I'm like,
Jesus Church.
I know that, but I decided to be nice and just like, who cares? Yeah, and she's a
इसकी वीडियो में कुछ नहीं होगा गाइस यही सोचकर आप एक नए क्रिएटर की वीडियो को स्किप कर देते हो ना लेकिन कभी आपने सोचा है वो क्रिएटर कितने सपने सजा रहा होता है वैसे भी गाइस अगर आपके किसी लाइक की वजह से कोई खुश हो रहा है ना तो कर दिया करो यार वैसे भी सब्सक्राइबर लाइक के वैसे थोड़ी लगते हैं यार ये तो लाइक कम है
okay. I won't touch it. I will use the pitch.
I can understand now what you think. Yeah.
Let me show you how I season a brand new carbon steel wok at home. You can already see the difference between my seasoned and unseasoned wok, so let's make it non-stick. Each one comes with a factory seal of oil, so wash it with dish detergent and raw water to remove it, then wipe it completely dry. This is the only time I'll ever use soap on this pan. Then on your hottest burner, heat the wok until the gray color starts to turn blue, and make sure all parts of the pan change color, which takes about 5 to 10 minutes. Next, take a tablespoon of neutral oil, like avocado or vegetable oil, and spread it evenly across the surface of the wok. Continue heating the pan for 3 to 5 minutes so the oil bonds to the wok and no visible liquid oil is left. When you're ready to cook, heat up some oil and your wok should now be non-stick. Once you're done cooking, wipe out any residual food bits and use water and a soft sponge or brush as needed. Once the wok is dry and on the stove, add a thin layer of neutral oil over high heat until it's incorporated to build more layers of that beautiful patina, and it will last you a lifetime.
Hello. You just need to value. She was here.
Fucking rabbi at infinite mana. How the fuck, like, you can speak like this long? It's just insane.
Everybody in the Congress of the United States knows that.
What if India went crazy and decided to capture every country it wanted? India will first move to capture Bangladesh to widen the Siliguri corridor, the chicken's neck that connects its northeast. Bangladesh's military is no match for India, making this an easy takeover. Friendly nations like Nepal, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka would push much resistance. Instead, they'd likely...
Fellow Americans, you realize that America just making wars and
Do you know how much he earns for his hard work? Just 2 cents. Years of relentless...
what is wrong with that? I didn't say it is wrong. I said, when did you realize that?
labor has shaped his body.
What's the point? The point is to get an answer to this question, Rabbi. This is the point.
What is the significance of his answer? What if it was yesterday was the matter?
Ron Paul woke me up.
That's fine.
I don't know how others woke up, but to me it's Ron Paul.
Ron Paul is a fucking American hero.
Yes, he is. Yes, indeed he is.
That was that guy in the PTR. I love that clip.
Shout out to my boy Kolstein.
Regardless. Anyways, what else did Obama tell you, Isabel?
That's all he said. I mean, like, there were a lot of people in the room, and he just said to me that he can understand why I like you.
So funny.
He can start to understand why I like you, and he was being serious about it.
Yeah, today he's saying that in another room because I'm fighting with Palestinians. So, oh man. So Alarmo now likes me. It's crazy.
Yeah. And he actually said that to the other Jewish people, so it's cool. And somebody said...
Well, now he's going to be crucified.
Somebody said, like, oh, no, actually, no. I think that they have become more tolerant towards you since I have out with them because I have talked to them about it.
No.
Yeah, they have. I mean, no, but listen, tolerant. I'm not saying, hold on. I'm not saying they like you. I'm saying more tolerant because they know I hang out with you. And that I don't want them to kick you out of rooms or whatever, so they don't.
But I never go to those rooms.
Well, but when you are there, you are not kicked out because of that.
I'm not so sure about that. I'm actually more tolerant. Like, I don't talk politics to them.
Whatever, but...
He's a real rabbi.
They have been more tolerant towards you or team or whatever, or Diego, because I'm like, yeah, don't kick them out. And because I also hung out with you guys, they just, I mean, they know that if they're there, like, you guys can come.
Yeah, but none of these people, like, I mean, the Jews I'm fine with are Amos, Eitan, like, which is not your type of...
Hey, but I am not saying they like you. I'm saying just that they will tolerate
He
you.
doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. It's okay.
She's trying to tell you that you are annoying without telling you that you are annoying.
Yitzhak. I'm gonna think in Yitzhak. Where is it? Oh, I can't think of it.
Why?
I'm not allowed.
No, but you're not a friend of Brian. Are you friends with him? That's the reason because you said Brian friends with friends. You exasperate him a little bit, but he does like to engage with you in conversation.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about Maya. Maya is the nigger. I'm talking about Nair.
Oh, I'm talking about Maya.
Exactly, but I keep telling you it's not Maya. It's Nair.
Did you just use the N-word? Are you projecting your own N-word onto people?
Yeah, I have zero respect for Maya. That guy's retarded.
Maybe he just doesn't like you because you're annoying.
You have to say it.
Exasperates him.
It's not about his feelings towards me. It's about how I feel about him. It's irrelevant of how he feels about me. I always liked Norm. Norm always hated me, but I always liked him. I loved him like my child.
I think he likes your nickname for him, calling him a clitoris.
Yeah, he does. I'm normal as a clitoris. I still stand by it. I still think he's a clitoris, and I still think Mixed is a cat. Yeah. No, I like him, Norm. I don't like that. I don't like Daniel. Daniel is so retarded and stupid. Meyer is so retarded and stupid. I don't know if
you think also Simon is so retarded and stupid, and they're three of my favorite people.
No, I don't think Simon is stupid. I do think he is retarded. He mind codes. He memorizes.
He's my retarded child, yeah.
He memorizes. He is retarded. I don't think he's stupid.
No, wait, subjective moralism, objective, subjective, objective, subjective, objective, objective, subjective.
Yeah, but he memorizes it. That's the thing. So, like, when you memorize something, you can't really work with it much. You just can give quotes.
Stop, where was your accent?
Yeah, Simon. He's creating the religion.
Yesterday you got
What?
This guy asks the most irrelevant questions.
Oh, he's telling me that he likes my accent.
Yeah, mommy.
No, Simon is creating the religion of objectivism.
No, he's not. That's how Rand did it, and he just followed it.
Yeah, that's true. I tell him that. It drives him crazy that I tell him that he has a religion.
It's so dumb that he believes that there's a objective standard that is it's just so retarded for him not to be, because the only way you can have that is by a higher power. It's just so dumb. So dumb.
That is crazy.
Yeah. But I figured it out though. After talking to him, you figure it out, and the guy doesn't seem to understand. He thinks value is subjective. He thinks value is objective. So.
Yeah, exactly. And that is
from whom? From the perspective of whom?
It doesn't matter.
You cannot assume a value without taking on a perspective, like a frame, like a.
Correct.
Regardless, if values are objective, then that means there's an objective way for you to determine a value.
Correct.
That's never been the case. A lot of people tried to do it. Adam Smith tried to do it. David Ricardo tried to do it. He got the closest actually, but super far away. Like, values are subjective, they're not objective, period. So I value something differently than you do, period. There's no way around it, really. So, but he believes that value is objective. But I'm like, okay, if you believe value is objective, why do you believe in the free market? How do you believe in the free market?
Correct. You can't.
You can't, because the market is about, like, it's a mesh of valuations, right? And that's how this price discovery. So that means you don't understand price discovery. Anyways, that's when I realized that guy is retarded. I love him, but he's retarded.
Is he Jewish?
No.
Of course.
No, Simon is not Jewish.
Yeah, but usually the retards are heavily influenced by Jews in one way or another.
He's dating a Jew.
Because it's
No,
the same.
his girlfriend is Jewish?
I thought she was, huh?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm gonna ask him. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. The retards are always influenced by a Jew. Ayn Rand is a Jewish woman.
Yeah, yeah, but you're also influenced by Jews because Ludwig von Mises was a Jew, and he's one of the main figures for Austrian economics. Which is all the theory that you're pulling from, to fight him. Yes.
I'm not pulling from his theory. He confirms the theory.
Yeah, well, but he's one of, but Ludwig von Mises was a Jew. Rothbard was a Jew.
Economics is different than anything else. Just because what he's saying is something that it's not a matter of opinion, really. It's not a matter of opinion.
That's fine, Raji, and Ayn Rand was a Jew, but a lot of the mainstream, or at least like Austrian economics, are Jews as well. So you ascribe to the philosophy of a lot of Jewish people.
No, I don't ascribe to the philosophy. I ascribe to the economics, which doesn't. They're not Jewish, by the way.
And so does he. It doesn't matter if they're Jewish or not.
No, he doesn't, because Ayn Rand is different. Ayn Rand is creating a religion, essentially. That's not what Mises is doing.
How makes that?
Only Ayn Rand is doing that because she's coming with a moral compass. So, like, that's different.
Yeah, but also the Austrian economics. I mean, Austrian economics is coming from a moral. But the human action is. You're right. Like, they're praxeologists, right? Like, they don't care with the morality of the movements of the market, but it's also kind of like it is also a moral theory because you don't want to interfere with individual rights in a way.
No, that's not about, but they're not making a moral. They're not making a.
Yeah, I know they're not making a moral statement.
It's about what is better, objectively speaking, as you can observe. But it's not about morality. She is literally claiming that she's coming with a moral compass. That's totally different. Only a faith has a moral compass. She created her own faith, basically, because she believes in a higher power, which is it's idolatry. She's creating her own god. So. And that own God that you created now is the one giving you a certain standard, and based on that standard you may proceed. Okay, like, that's idolatry. You're not doing anything special. I can create my own religion right now. So it's like.
That is why I told Simon that he is making reason or objectivity his God. Like, he is incapable of opening up to. I mean, he has a very dogmatic view of his own philosophy. So he's trying to run away from dogma, and he's creating dogma. He's acting in a very dogmatic way.
He needs to get over his mama.
No, what he needs to do is just understand the fact, because that's I found out where he is, like, lacking. It's simply his understanding of valuation. He believes values are objective.
Yes, but he will not. I mean, that's the reason why I have insisted for over a year that he reads Human Action from Mises.
No, forget Human Action. Throw anger. That's where it's at.
well, whatever, but he needs to read some Austrian economics in order to really understand value. But he is only reading objectivists, and so all of them agree that value is objective and that the value of life and all this kind of stuff is just bullshit.
Look, to be fair, you can only memorize so much, though. It's one of those things where if he starts reading other things, he's gonna forget his what do you call it, Randy? Quote.
No, but mind quoting. No, you can read other things without memorizing them. But the thing is, people memorize what they don't understand. Like, that's just what it is. If you understand something, you don't memorize it. You don't need to. But in his case, like, you can listen to him speaking. Again, I love him like my child. But if you listen to him, go ahead and go on YouTube and find any single interview with Ayn Rand. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. Choose whatever interview you want. Just listen to her interview, and you will find that he gives you a quote, like he's literally memorized her interview. Do you understand? So he's not even.
That's the gospel.
He's just word by word parroting what she says. So it is definitely a cultish. It is a religion without doubt, but he holds very near and dear to it, and that's why he can't really play around with it because, like, to him, it's just a statement. That's why he mind quotes. He's like, okay, but what if this? What if that? What if he won't be able to?
Yeah, he hasn't thought it through.
Yeah, he cannot do that because he memorized it.
He's just accepting it as like an objective truth, and that's it.
Correct. So what he needs to read is Karl Menger. If he reads Karl Menger, then he'll understand exactly why values are subjective. But it should go without saying, really. It's not that complicated. I guess. Next you see him more than I do. Next time you see him, you should ask him, why does he believe in the free market? And what about price discovery? The mechanism of price discovery, what he thinks about it, and then that itself will refute his belief that the values are objective. It's so simple, really.
Yeah, do you think I have tried this? Like, I have tried this. I've said that this is completely opposite to free market, that he cannot... I hate this discussion with him because it's like talking to a wall.
It is. No, but you need to. Okay, so give him specific things.
He sent me this link yesterday. I'm playing them. It's like a debate. It's a debate between objectivists and libertarians, but basically, and anarchists, really. They're libertarians. And he said to me, this is a debate on exactly what we were talking about the other day with Randy.
No, it's not. No, so I don't think it is. I don't think they're mixing theology with it. Regardless, but he is making a theological argument, essentially. He doesn't even know it. Like, it doesn't matter. Forget all the things, okay? Don't just take away his ammo. Why would that?
Wait, Rabbi Randy, I got a question for you. Do you think that the Jews from Poland and Germany, do you think that they're not the descendants from Sinai? Like, did they not receive the commandments, or are you the true descendant? Are you the true descendant? Are you the real Jew? That's what I want to know. So I'm about to go to sleep. You think I give a fuck about your world-class civilization conversations? Like, can you kick this N-word? I'm ready to go to sleep, my fellow N-words.
That title is wild, bro.
Oh, okay. Isabel's gone. Okay, you don't need to be kicked. What's that?
I was asking you, do you think that the German Jews and the Polish Jews, like, they are the descendants from Moses and Mount Sinai? Did they receive the Ten Commandments thousands of years ago? Or are you the true descendant, and did you and your people truly receive the Ten Commandments? Thank you, Rabbi, for the consideration of my question.
The Jews aren't the descendants of Moses, they're descendants of Jacob. And those in Poland, some of them might be, most of them aren't.
But you're the real deal, right? Like, you're authentic because you know your family history and everything.
These nuts are kosher. That's
So cool. I'm so glad we get to talk to the genuine article. It's so amazing. It's a rare opportunity. It's a privilege, really.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that fair. Say hello to Lou.
Mixed, did you know that the Jews in Germany and Poland are not real Jews and that they are not descendants of Moses and that they did not receive the Ten Commandments on Sinai? That Rabbi is the true descendant and he knows his family history and he's the real genuine article? You're a fake Mixed, according to Rabbi here.
They were never been the descendant of Moses, man. They're the descendant of Jacob, not Moses.
I'm saying Moses received the law and distributed it amongst his people. You clearly must be one of the lineage of one of those people.
We don't know who's the lineage because that's been destroyed a long time ago.
Okay.
Right.
So we're throwing up the Ashkenazi Jews? Is that what's happening?
Not all of them, but many of them, yeah. As descendants of Jacob, but you can be a convert. There's no problem with being a convert. But being an actual descendant of Jacob, yeah, most of them would argue are not. No.
So where does your credibility come from? How can we verify, who you are?
Genealogy-wise, you can't. Doesn't matter. The genealogy doesn't matter.
I know. Is there another way other than genealogy?
You don't need a way because there's no longer a temple.
There's no more temple?
The genealogy is only important because of the temple. That's it.
Interesting.
Guys, do you mind if I try this again? How was your guys' day?
You can try it again, but you've been very nasty.
I'm sorry, Rabbi. I don't know, what your whole, vibe is on this app.
Well, you could have discovered my vibe instead of just,
My day was good. Thank you, Juju.
She still blocked me. She still blocked me. But she's saying, I'm sorry, I didn't know, yet she still blocked me.
Excuse me, Mixed, you're hot micing. We're getting some feedback.
That's what they do.
Well, Rabbi, we must forgive others their trespasses.
We must what?
We must forgive others their trespasses.
100%. We're commanded to.
That's right.
You know what? I've actually had a very nice Torah discussion about the forgiveness of sins and the fact that you can forgive others. I can ensure that God forgives you your sins. Therefore, I can absolve you of your sins. And most of these Yiddish cards don't even know
You
that.
have the power to absolve sins? That's a miracle.
Yes, I do. Yes, no, it's not a miracle. I actually do have the power to forgive sins, yes. It tells you, let me tell you, in the Torah, it tells you you should forgive one another, lest it be counted as a sin against them. And the idea is, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the most merciful. So if I forgive you, of course He will forgive you. If I don't forgive you, maybe He does, maybe He doesn't. But if I do, He will. Because He's more merciful than I am.
Wow.
So, right. So if you wrong me and I forgive you, God will 100% forgive you. That's why it's important to forgive one another.
Wow.
I can't believe most of the English guys don't know.
I responded very simply, sir. I think you mean, what is a nigga? No, vanity. I am specifically about the nigger. For sake of thought, he explained if I wanted to act like a nigger, because as it would satisfy his fantasies, how would I would act?
Oh, yeah, you don't fuck up.
Really doesn't sound that good.
No, it doesn't.
I think it's just the constant usage of the N word with no context.
Well, Rabbi, I forgive you and everyone else.
I forgive you too. Well, you can't say that. That's not how it works because I need to have wronged you. Otherwise, your forgiveness doesn't mean anything. How did I wrong you?
Well, you haven't that I know of, but if you did, I forgive it.
Well, you've wasted a lot of people's time, Rabbi. I mean, why can't we get some forgiveness for that?
Why do you hate your own art, Edmund?
Hate my own art?
Why your art? Why do you hate your creation?
I don't hate Randy, aka the fucking Bateja from fucking Jordan. I don't hate this guy.
By the way, can you guys meet Sam? I think he's sleeping.
Who?
Sam. I think he's sleeping. But
The guy in the middle. Sam, redhead.
Oh, this fucking faggot. Okay.
Yeah. Because privacy. You need to respect people's privacy, eh?
So, Rabbi, I got a question for you. What is your biggest complaint about the Jews?
They don't know
They don't follow Torah.
Yeah, that's my only issue with them. Really.
How do they not follow the Torah?
You need to know something to follow it.
So, what is it that they don't know?
I told you a million things.
Millions of things.
Palestine, bitches. Yeah, that is my. Ain't nobody cares about no Palestine, Israel, motherfucker. Free Palestine, bitches.
Free Palestine.
Nobody gets to that. Ain't nobody. You guys can't even free your nipples. Free Palestine. Regardless.
So, what is it? What is the one of the million things that they're not following in the Torah that you are so upset with?
Zionism is, we were saying it earlier, Zionism is 100% opposed to Judaism. According to the Jewish belief, they don't believe that the Messiah has come, directly contradicting the book of
I know, but isn't Zionism just nationalism? And isn't every country nationalistic?
Can you mute this nigger so that I can finish my response? Amazing. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good. You can't, according to the Jewish belief, they believe the Messiah didn't come. And according to Daniel chapter 9, verse 25 through 27, the Messiah comes before the destruction of the second temple. So if he didn't come, he'll never come, because he's supposed to be there before the second temple is destroyed. Regardless, they believe the Messiah never came, but once it happens, then he will get it in the exile. So they are in exile. Therefore, you cannot have an Israeli, you can't have a Jewish state until the Messiah comes. So,
But Mashiach is now.
But most Jews are Zionists.
I know, but Mashiach is now.
Okay, according to Amos chapter 5, verse 18 and 19, you're not supposed to say that.
Really?
That's another thing. Yeah, go read it. Amos chapter 5, verse 18 and 19.
I'll just wait till he opens up a coexistence room. I'll ask him then.
Okay, well, there you go. See, that's my issue. They don't know Torah.
Oh, that's fascinating.
You asked the question, you got the response, nigga. This is my issue with them. This is my only issue with them.
But otherwise, you're cool with them. You just don't like the Zionists.
No, I don't like Jews.
You don't like the Jews?
Yeah, I don't like Jews because they don't follow Torah. Hence, they end up being Zionists.
Oh, I see. But isn't Zionism really just nationalism?
Well, then what's wrong with not liking them?
Right. Which the Jews are not supposed to be. The Jews are not they're not like that. The Jews are those who accepted the covenant of Mount Sinai. They're not a modern nation. That's not what they are.
Well, what are they?
That's never been what they are. They're people who accepted the covenant of Moses.
But they can't have a nation, and they can't enjoy their nation and love their nation.
When your nation becomes your identity, that's rebellion. Because God gave us the identity according to the covenants.
So we get our identity from the covenant.
Yeah, that is the identity. Yes, correct.
The circumcision.
It's not the circumcision is a sign of the old covenant.
And the new covenant?
The baptism is the sign of the new covenant.
So if the Jews got baptized, you'd be cool with that.
The Jews did get baptized.
The Jews got baptized?
Yeah.
When? Where?
It's like you've never heard of John the Baptist. It's like you've never heard of anybody. It's like you don't know that.
Was John Jewish?
Well, apparently so, right?
I don't know. What was he?
You're a waste of time. It's just boring. Alright, either way.
I'm sorry, I'm gay, but I got beat up on the left side of my face. Couldn't help it.
This is boring, dude. This is boring. It's boring.
I know you're boring.
Oh, you're a nigga.
You're boring.
Regardless, so that's what it is. So the Jews don't believe in Torah. I gave you an example. Zionism itself is a rebellion. one is the fact that they don't know the process. That's why they say we want Mashiach now when they're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to Mashiach now.
Yeah, and you're supposed to believe that the Messiah comes before the destruction of the second temple. I can give it Daniel chapter 9.
You don't know the second part of that verse. We don't have to wait.
That's not part of the verse. And you don't have to wait.
No, that's what the Chabadniks say. They say Mashiach now. We don't have to wait.
I'm telling you, they don't have to wait because the Messiah has already come. Exactly.
Do not come.
You have to understand, even the devil, even remember when the demons, when Jesus went to exorcise the demon on the east side of the Jordan, and the demon told him, "What do you want with us? What do you want with us, Jesus, son of David?" So the demons recognized who Jesus was. The demons, even the demons, confess, right? So
aren't the demons just a metaphor for like complainers?
No, I'm telling you that when the demons, even the demons confess.
I thought it was
Even when you are guided by an Holy Spirit, and even when you're a total Yiddish guy, you will still end up confessing the truth, even when you seek to rebel against it. So when you say we want Mashiach now and we don't want to wait, that is a confession.
No, it's not we don't want to wait, it's we don't have to wait. There's a big difference there in English. I know you're not a native English speaker, but I've been speaking English for 40 years.
It doesn't matter. Either way, it's still whole. Either way, it's still a confession.
But what are they confessing?
That you don't have to wait, you're saying, right?
That's not a confession. It's an exclamation. It's a claim.
No, it is, because the Messiah already come. Obviously, you don't need to wait.
No, Mashiach is now. The Messiah is now.
Yeah, that's a confession.
No, it's a claim. A confession would be admitting some guilt to get absolution for that sin.
Man, this nigga is just so boring.
I know English isn't your first language, so I'm trying to be patient.
So boring, motherfucker. Whack is fuck. That's right. Oh, this nigga is so...
Lilith!
In the living room at 3 a.m. with my pants down eating a sandwich. I'll just tell him.
When you or when you get caught in the kitchen at 2:30 in the morning with a drink in your hand on a Wednesday night, or what?
They won't tell you what's really going on, then Intellius could show you what they might be hiding. Many people are unaware this.
They build a house, but no one can redeem them. A stick of wealth and virtue brings trouble on oneself. Can you govern your animal soul? Hold to the one and never depart from it.
Thank you. Why do you urinate here?
He just simply walked away. The stench in this section of Portsmouth Square is intolerable and offensive. Years of public urination have left their mark on this now corroded pole. When we looked below, we discovered the source of the foul smell. Men urinating in a barren space of the park home to dozens of rat burrows. This is not a designated pissoir, those French public outdoor bathrooms. In fact, Portsmouth Square has bathrooms opened to the public only a few feet away and maintained by recreation and park crews. There is no semblance of privacy here or shame. There is so much accumulated urine that on one corner there is moss growing on the top. The San Francisco Health Department would not tell us if this represented a health issue for the community because they say they've never received a single complaint. Danny Sauter is the new supervisor for District 3, which represents Chinatown.
So what can we do to stop it?
Yeah, I think there's two things. I think we actually have to look at making sure that our existing facilities, our restrooms are in good shape, that they're not closed, that people know where they are with signage and with good lighting. And then on the other side, if people are doing this, the park rangers need to make sure that they stop that, whether it's a verbal warning at first or maybe even up to a citation.
We asked police if they have ever cited anyone here or anywhere in San Francisco. Police told us at this time they don't have this data compiled.
Faster than Viagra. This means
we are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science.
SpaceX.
So you don't believe that banning the transfer of individuals into ICE custody for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement encourages illegal immigration into Chicago? Or how about agencies, or agents not being able to stop, arrest, or detain individuals based solely on their immigration status or administrative warrants?
So we comply with all laws, local, state, and federal.
To me, after this line of questioning, it's very clear that these policies that you have all implicated are active and alive and well in your cities, are in direct violation with U.S. Title 8, Code subsection 1324, and is a federal offense. But you all speak about a broken immigration system, and yet here you guys are aiding and abetting in that entire process. I want to be very clear about something. Open border policies, which is something that you guys are talking about, hurts people on both sides, meaning the people that are coming here illegally and then American citizens as well. I do not think you guys are bad people, but I think that you are ideologically misled, which is why, unfortunately, based on your responses, I'm all going to be criminally referring you to the Department of Justice for investigation. And as soon as I leave here, these will be going over to Pam Bondi. I'm not doing that in an effort to bully you guys, but I do believe that your policies are hurting the American people, and you can make that known with the evidence that you can present to the Department of Justice. But if you guys continue doing what you're doing, you're not going to help anyone. You're going to hurt more people, and that's exactly why I'm tired of it. The American people are tired of it, and Chairman, I yield with that.
Would you yield your last minute?
Yes, sir.
If I were selfless, then what suffering would I bear? In governing the world, let rule and trust it be. To him who treats his rank as if it were his soul. World sovereignty can be committed to that man.
It's time's expired. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Johnson, in the last 4 years, how much has Chicago spent on care for illegal aliens?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. So since 2022, since the governor of Texas began shipping.
Just tell me a number. I don't need a speech. Just tell me a number.
So since 2022, since the governor of Texas was shipping individuals to cities across this country, the city's budget, roughly 1% of the city's budget over the course of 4 years.
Mayor Johnston, the same question, and I don't need a speech, just a number.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you, Congresswoman. It's $79 million over the last 2.5 years.
Mayor Adams, same question. How much has New York spent to care for illegal aliens?
Approximately $6.9 billion went out of our taxpayers' funds.
Mayor Wu, same question. How much has Boston spent to care for illegal aliens in the last 4 years?
We do not ask about immigration status and giving city services and providing that access, so we do not have a number.
Taxpayers have been bearing the brunt of the massive wave of illegal aliens who've entered the United States. The Biden administration seemingly declared taxpayers and hardworking Americans collateral damage in the pursuit of open borders. Again, Mayor Johnson, are NGOs providing services to illegal aliens in Chicago?
In accordance with the Welcoming City Ordinance, our sister agencies or city departments, we do not seek the status of any individual that is seeking service.
Mayor Johnston, are NGOs providing services to illegal aliens in Denver?
Thank you, ma'am. When folks arrive on the streets without food or resources or shelter, we do provide food or shelter regardless of where folks arrive from.
Mayor Adams, same question.
Yes, in combination of city agencies and nonprofits, we responded to the migrant asylum seekers humanitarian crisis that hit our city.
And Mayor Wu, I assume you don't know their status, but do you know if there are NGOs are providing services to people arriving in your city without any kind of documentation?
There are community organizations, many of them in Boston, who seek to serve all of our Boston residents.
Congress must provide oversight and ensure.
Like a current that rushes along, and so turbid. Who, running dirty, comes clean like still waters. Who, being quiet, moves others to fulfill this of life. It is he who embraces the way. It's not greedy. Who endures the wear.
And we're going to lead humanity into space and plant the
hold steady and still. All things work together. I have watched them reverting, and I have seen how they flourish. They return again, each to its roots. This, I say, is the stillness. Or better yet, return to the
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to.
What eternally is so. You have stature, and stature means righteousness. Righteousness is kingly, and kingliness divine.
And I'm going to sleep. Good night.
Shall not perish. People just know he is there. His deputies cherished and praised. Of the third, they are frightened. The fourth they despise and revile. If you trust people less than enough, some of them never trust you. He is aloof as if his dog were priced beyond the purchasing. But once his project is contrived, the folk will want to say of it, of course, we did it by ourselves. The mighty way declined among folk, and then came kindness and morality. Then wisdom and intelligence appeared. They brought with them a great democracy. The six relations were no more enemies. So codes were made to regulate our homes. The fatherland grew dark, confused by strife. Official loyalty became the style. Get rid of the wise men, put out the professors, then people will profit 100-fold over. Away with the kind ones, most righteous men too, and let people return to the graces of home. Root out the artisans, banish the profiteers, and bandits and robbers will not come to plunder. But if these three prove not enough to satisfy the mind and heart, more relevant than let there be a physical simplicity of life, embracing unpretentious ways,
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Nobody likes a cracked windshield. But at least you can go to safelight.com and schedule a fix in minutes. Go to safelight.com and schedule a replacement today.
Safe like repair, safe like replace. Bundle mobile and home internet and save up to $300 a year. And get entertainment on us. Only on Verizon.
There are ways, but the way is uncharted. There are names, but not nature in words. Nameless indeed is the source of creation. But things have a mother, and she has a name. The secret waits for the insight of eyes unclouded by longing. Those who are bound by desire see only the outward container. These two come in pairs, but are distinct by their names. Of all things profound, say that their pairing is the deepest, the gate to the root of the world. Since the world points up beauty as such, there is ugliness too. If goodness is taken as goodness, wickedness enters as well. For is and is not come together. Hard and easy are complementary. Long and short are relative. High and low are comparative. Pitch and sound make harmony. Before and after are sequence. Indeed, the wise man's office is to work by being still. He teaches not by speech, but by accomplishment. He on sturdy frames, and always so, to keep them uninformed, without desire, and knowing one's not venturing to act. Be still while you work, and keep full control over all. The way is a void, used but never filled. An abyss it is, like an ancestor from which all things come. It blunts the sharpness, resolves tangles, it tempers light, subdues turmoil. A deep pool it is, never to run dry. Whose offspring it is, I do not know. It is like a preface to God. The valley spirit is not dead. They say it is the mystic female. Her gateway is, they further say, the base of earth and heaven. Constantly, and so forever, you serve without labor. The sky is everlasting, and the earth is very old. Why so? Because the world exists not for itself, ever fast to that most ancient way. You may govern today. Call truly that knowledge of primal beings, the clue to the way. Excellent